It's 9:30, so open the meeting. Carol, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, and we will start with the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Minutes ahead of time, but I think Darcy's ready with Clarion, so we can go ahead and do the land use plan update. Good morning, Darcy.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So I am joined this morning by Paul Donegan and Brian with TO Engineers. So we're going to kind of tag team our update this morning for you. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Does that look all right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so starting off with just kind of a recap on our overall timeline, I think we are kind of cruising along, really working kind of at this on a parallel track on phases 2, 3, and 4 at this point. One of the things that we heard from the community and from you guys when we were last with you in June is that, you know, time is of the essence. There is a sense of urgency to move the process along as quickly as possible. And, you know, we have made a couple of adjustments to try to be responsive to those concerns. We have moved up our public meeting that we were originally going to do in early November into early October, and we will continue to kind of try to push forward as quickly as we can while making sure we are still providing plenty of opportunities for public comment and, you know, kind of approaching this in a reasonable manner. But we definitely heard that sense of urgency and are trying to be responsive to that. So I'm going to touch on, we're going to talk about some of the specifics related to what we've been up to. In particular, we wanted to update you on the preliminary plan framework, which we presented to the community in June. And I want to make sure you guys can see the slides, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So we presented the kind of the first piece of the plan to the community back in June. So we want to tell you what we've heard through the follow-up engagement that we've been doing and kind of where we're headed with that in terms of the next steps for the process. And then Brian is going to talk about some of the work that he has been doing on the land suitability and demand analysis. And so I think this is a really key component. There's a lot of great work that's gone into that, and we're excited to have him give you just a preview of kind of what the information is that's there, and then we'll talk a little bit about next steps. So in terms of the plan framework, so if folks are watching and they're kind of new to the process, I just want to remind everyone kind of how we got to that point. So we started early in the spring with our vision and values survey, and that was we got a lot of responses to that. We got a lot of great information from that. And that was really our starting point. And so we derived the preliminary plan framework from the results of that vision survey, but also going back and looking at the 1998 land use plan. One of the things that we had heard coming out of the survey is that a lot of the things that were important to people back in 1998 were still really important to the community today. And so we really tried to be faithful to that plan and those ideas based on what we heard coming out of the vision and value survey. And we'll talk about some of the areas we're starting to see maybe where we need to kind of, you know, go a slightly different direction or tweak things. And, you know, we're continuing to massage that, but this is not kind of, you know, a lot of new kind of out of left field ideas, I guess I would say, in terms of where are we coming up with these focus points. So really trying to build on what you've done, and then also your recent work on the natural resources management plan. So with that in mind, in terms of the feedback that we got, we had a lot of different opportunities for input between June and July. So we did, as you know, 3 in-person meetings when we were there, Powell, Matizzi, and Cody. Powell and Cody were definitely the best attended overall. Between those 3 nights, we had about 130 people participate. We had about 45 people who actually filled out what we call the blue or the pink sheets and submitted those to us. So we got a lot of good written feedback that way. We did a follow-up meeting the next week on Zoom, and it was not as well attended as we would like. And so we intend to push that harder this next round and just make sure people know that opportunity is out there. We'll keep doing it. It's a pretty efficient way just to provide another opportunity for people who maybe couldn't participate in person, but we'd like to see that attendance go up. And then we did a follow-up, kind of a second survey based on what we presented in June, and pushed that out via eBlasts and through our LUPAC and other folks to let everyone know that was out there. And that was open for 3 weeks, essentially. So when we wrapped up our meetings and then into mid-July. So we got about 107 responses to that survey. So we were pleased with that. I think we went ahead and entered in all of the written feedback that we got from our in-person meetings so that we have one compiled set of information. And we're working on buttoning up that summary today. So we will get that posted, and we will be sending out an e-blast that will be available on the website. So that will be something people can look at to see, what happens when I provide feedback? What are we doing with this information? So we want to make sure that everyone knows we're keeping track of all the comments that we receive and weaving that into our work as we go forward. So in terms of participants, because we didn't get demographic information, the same level of information from in-person folks, this is kind of a two-part overview. But in terms of folks who either filled out one of the blue forms, which had more detailed questions, or took the survey, continuing to see the vast majority of respondents as full-time residents. We are also continuing to see, which really I was pleased about this in particular, that we are continuing to see some participation from all of the planning areas. And so I think you'll see the chart on the top. It's obviously somewhat dictated by the level of population that we have in different planning areas, but we are still continuing to see some involvement from each of the planning areas. And then the other thing that was encouraging, I think, in terms of, are we continuing to get a range of folks involved in the process, is that we are seeing, both folks on the younger end of the spectrum and on the older end of the spectrum through the process. So when we did the vision survey, the original survey, we had about half that were above 50 and half below, and we're still somewhat in that ballpark for this round of engagement. And then we had also seen kind of a similar, scattering of participation from around the county in our in-person meetings. So we asked folks, a little bit more informal, to put stickies on the map in terms of where they were from. So you can see kind of big clusters in Cody Powell rural and different areas. But we also used this to help us understand, where people were coming from to go to the different meetings. So we definitely found, I think, that having a lot of different options is important. Even if, someone can't make it one night, they have the option to go another night. And so flexibility between those different meeting options, which we'll be applying in October. And then what we wanted to do this morning is just very quickly give you some highlights. We've got the information in terms of what we were asking people to respond to, but our focus is really going to be on what we heard about these different things. And I'm going to start off, and then Paul's going to jump in and pick it up from there. But just as a reminder, we had an overall vision statement that was fairly simple, and then we jumped into some different value statements and ultimately the countywide goals. And this is really going to be, kind of what helps shape the plan as we go forward into our next steps. About 59% of folks indicated that the vision statement reflected their vision well or perfectly. Some of the key takeaways, I think, from the open-ended comments and conversations that we had with folks was, a desire to really dig into and see their specific issues reflected directly in the vision statement. We also heard some feedback from a couple of folks who said, that it's a little bit too grounded in where we were and maybe not as forward thinking as we might want it to be. And so we'll be looking at, tweaking that language a little bit to try to address some of those comments. But I would say that we were intentional in trying to keep the vision statement fairly concise so that we could get into more details in the value statements and then ultimately in the goals. So part of what I think we were seeing is that that's the first thing that people see, and they're wanting to see all of those details captured in that first thing that they set their eyes on. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that. We can always tweak that as we go through the process, but I think generally on the right track there. When we get into the value statements, there were 3 of them. Our rural landscapes was the first one, really focusing on the public lands and, kind of the value of those lands and the vistas, et cetera, that people really enjoy in Park County and protecting those resources. This one really resonated with people. 73% kind of leaned on that well or perfectly comment in terms of where they fell. One of the things that came up, particularly in this section, but in later sections as well, is just we really are going to need to define pretty clearly what we mean by these terms. And so there were questions about, what do we mean by, and I think I'm jumping the gun a little bit here, but thinking about how we define the terms that we're using and making sure we've got that. One of the things that is built into your 98 plan is a pretty thorough, in each of the planning areas is a pretty thorough glossary of terms. And so just something that we're keeping in mind, that wanting to let folks know early what they're responding to. This particular section, I think a lot of people said, yes, this is really what we want to see, but we are unclear about how actually this will happen or how it will be enforced. And so, indicating we're moving in the right direction, but really the devil's in the details in terms of the policies that come out of this and ultimately the implementation. One of the potential gaps that came up in this section, but also in a couple other sections, folks had noted that, solar and wind really wasn't a focus back in 1998, hadn't really come up in many of our, really at all in our early conversations, but something that should be on the radar in terms of policy direction and potentially regulatory recommendations coming out of the plan. In terms of the different sets of goals, we're just going to wanted to just kind of quickly run through the general sentiment. I think by and large, you'll see, and I'm glad that we asked, kind of specific questions about each of the sets of goals, because you definitely see as you go through that in some cases, much higher, in some cases lower, and that's really going to help guide us as we get into the countywide policies to refine the goals, think more clearly about, what do we want to get into or what do we need to address in each of these areas in terms of policies. Related to growth management, about 58% or more, in some cases, this is a case where some of the goals ranked higher than others. This was a case also where the wording was important to people. And so there were a particular goal that talked about encouraging growth in a certain location. People really wanted to focus it more on managing or balancing growth. Again, implementation, property rights were a big issue here. And then thinking about how we define terms like development, what do we mean? And so kind of clarity in the language moving forward. Private land use, a lot of open-ended comments in this section. And this was a particular topic and group of goals that really kind of came out of the 98 plan as well. 60% indicated that the first two really resonated with them. The last one did not. And I think this was related to the goal was balancing private property rights with the needs of the community. And there was a lot of back and forth in the comments. I think different sides of different perspectives on kind of what the importance was of that versus private property rights. And so that's something we're going to continue to see woven throughout all of the sections of the plan and kind of how that is nuanced in the policies and the recommendations. So we'll be looking more closely at that in our countywide policy draft. Infrastructure and public services. I think this is another case where some of the goals resonated more clearly than others. And so we'll be looking at that to refine those ideas as we go forward. Some of the questions, comments that came up here, thinking about cost and kind of fiscal responsibility in the context of infrastructure and services, kind of where we grow, what are the costs associated with that to the county, to others. Other folks weighed in on the importance of, just making sure people understand the role of the districts that are operating within the county and kind of who does what related to infrastructure. So I'm going to turn it over to Paul, and he can kind of run us through our next two sections.
All right. So the second sort of shared value related to resources and heritage, the general feedback and sentiment that we received on the next slide was similar to the first one, pretty strongly favorable, and as people feeling that value really captured their vision well or perfectly. There was, I think, in the open-ended comments, some concern about what compromises could be required to achieve goals. Worried that a lot of these things are really important, but that there is some amount of balancing that goes on with preserving resources and heritage while also allowing for development and people to use their property in the way that they would like. There was a desire for more emphasis on protecting nature and sort of the natural beauty of the county. And then sort of a discussion about the benefits and impacts of economic growth and development, sort of similarly recognizing that there is some give and take there with, as the county grows, there are impacts on natural resources. So within the specific goals for economic development, I think 55 to 65% felt that the goals reflected what they wanted for Park County, either well or perfectly. I think there was a mix of opinions in this section about what role the county should really be taking in terms of economic development. How much should the county really be pushing that in terms of, the role of government, but also I think whether people want the county to grow. I think there was recognition that if we are not wanting to grow so much, that advancing economic development would also push growth and that linkage there. And then I think some places where there was some clarification and some, just raising of concerns about homegrown businesses, what that really means in one of those goals. And then also just, we'd highlighted, a desire for improved communication networks and people sort of saying, well, there's some pros and cons to cell towers and extending internet service and really there's some cost and benefit there as well. On the next slide, environment and natural resources. These were pretty highly rated by respondents, 63 to 77%. I think here we saw a lot of desire for greater emphasis on water. And so that's something that we've talked about, maybe pulling that out as a separate section from environment and natural resources and really just having a water focused set of goals and policies, which I think is currently how the 1998 plan is set up. So it'd sort of be, instead of consolidating those as we propose, I think maybe keeping that separate and highlighting the importance of water. I think some of the comments we heard also have to do with private property rights and how this, public land and private lands, the interface there, it can be a little bit tricky, and how the county can play a role there. And I think a desire for a little bit more specific direction in here in the goals about wildlife and the environment. And I think some of those points where we got comments about wanting more specifics, that'll come about in the next draft when we're providing some policy statements. Because I think in some cases, this is a goal. It's not really going to get into the how the goal is going to be achieved necessarily, whereas the policies and implementation measures and that sort of thing really get at, if we want to achieve this goal, here's how we're going to do it. On the next section, agriculture, also people had very positive feelings about this one. This is, in most cases, people generally rated things well, and I think this is one where perfectly really outpaced well. And so people, I think, although the number 62 to 70% is similar to the other sections, it is the favorability is a lot, I think, stronger. And so I think there was, like we saw in other sections, some different perspective about what role the county should play in terms of protecting land from development and supporting agricultural businesses, similar to that economic development section. It's yes, we like this, but what really should the county be doing versus letting people sort of deal with that on their own. And I think that there was specifically some interest in focusing on subdivisions and how those can be designed differently so that there can be development, but maybe not with the same impacts. And then I think some more specific things about how agriculture, the existing, I think, direction is maybe more focused on traditional agriculture, but recognizing that there are changes in the way agricultural businesses are operating. There's different methods for protecting land, and maybe some are more favorable than others. And then I think looking at the sustainability of it, agriculture was another thing people raised, and that's in terms of longevity, wanting to make sure that these businesses are sustainable in the long term, also how water is used, recognizing that water is really important.
And Paul, one quick thing just to add, I think that came up not so much in the survey responses, but in our public meetings. I think that was a big takeaway for me, was that, we definitely heard meeting in different locations and kind of hearing from different folks, the distinctions in the types of agriculture that are happening in different planning areas. So as we get into our next round of discussion and kind of dig deeper, I think that was definitely something that kind of stood out, that, we have certain areas that are focused on seed production. We have certain areas that are focused on cattle and other types of ag. And so just, kind of, that's our opportunity, I think, to work with the community to try to really tailor policies where we need to get at, exactly what's happening in each of those areas.
All right, and then for historic preservation, there was really just one goal here, and it had pretty high favorability in terms of how it was written. And I think some of the open-ended comments really got at sort of, looking at, there are impacts to historic preservation. And I think that there's an opportunity to have a better discussion, I think, as we get into the policies in terms of what role the county plays versus, other organizations in the area, and really like how private property rights can be balanced and make it something that really the people who want to do some historic preservation are able to do that, but maybe clarifying that it's not necessarily something where the county is coming in and saying you need to protect a certain building or something like that. And then there was a few comments just sort of highlighting, well, they'd like a little bit more specifics on like how citizens specifically are involved, how tribes that have historically called Park County home are involved in terms of identifying resources and preserving them. The final shared value, dealing with culture and sense of community. This policy, I think, as the next slide shows, was also pretty highly favorable. I think within each of those shared values, I think the overall concept was really, people felt like it was well representative of what they wanted. I think some of the open-ended comments here really have to do on, I think some of the I think momentum is towards, embracing a Western culture that some residents feel as maybe like more focused on what tourists expect to see when they're visiting Park County, and kind of finding a balance for the community culture that is a little bit more focused on what people that live in Park County think is really important, and not necessarily what people that visit Park County think is important. And then also I think some recognition that, hey, like how the community develops and grows has a pretty important impact on culture and sense of community. So I think that's the basis there. For housing, this one sort of had a wide mix. I think 56% to 72% is a pretty big range in terms of favorability. There was, I think, mixed opinions on how the county is involved in the housing market, and in terms of promoting a building code. And I think that there was a fair amount of comments on both of those, although the safe construction practices was sort of the more highly rated of the two. There was some specific concerns raised about lack of affordable housing, senior housing that's affordable and stable, and then sort of a general support for having an emphasis by the county to focus more of the higher density, growth towards incorporated areas and within incorporated areas. In terms of culture, this one was really highly rated. 73 to 80% felt like these goals were reflected their goals for Park County well or perfectly. There was some desire for more clear definitions about what culture we're wanting to protect. And so I think that that's another place where that'll kind of come out in the policies. And then also just recognizing that there is a balance with, these landscapes that people really value and think are important to the culture, and what preserving those looks like and how that might impact property rights. And on the next slide, government, these were very highly rated. I think there was some comments specifically about, being realistic about local control and not necessarily staking out a position of the county, I think, taking over more control, as much as looking for ways that the county can, be a partner with these state and federal agencies that own so much land in the county, and how the county can really, leverage, what people want to achieve what they want, recognizing that the reality of the situation is there's so much of the land in the county is not within the county's jurisdiction. And then there was also, I think, some specific issues raised here with people having concerns about specific zoning, how the landfills were working, different county operations. So there was this one, in terms of the open-ended comments, had the most specific, detailed things that came out. And then, unless Darcy has any wrap-up summary on that, I think we'll be handing it over to Brian to talk about the land suitability analysis.
Yeah, and I guess we can pause there for just a moment and see if there's, are there any questions on any of the kind of responses or what we've just talked about?
Mr. Teal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Darcy, this is Commissioner Lloyd Teal. My question is basically, this isn't your first land use plan, but it is mine. So my question is, how does Park County compare as far as response and public involvement based per, population? We have a population of only, around 30,000 people. And to me, the number seems very low as far as public participation. How are we comparing to others?
So I think in terms of one of the things we've talked about is, why we put such a strong emphasis on the initial survey, and that it is pretty standard in a process that extends over, a fair amount of time, like we have here, that we see the most participation in that first round of engagement. So we really put a lot of emphasis on that. And we were really, I think, comfortable with the level of participation we got there. That's really why we're basing a lot on that. I think in terms of the participation in the meetings, I think obviously we would have preferred to have kind of a Powell and a Cody level of participation at all of our in-person meetings. That would be, I think, a reasonable expectation, and certainly what we're hoping to see when we do our 4 in-person kind of evening meeting, well, we'll have more than 4, but when we do our next round of meetings in October, I think what we tend to find is that, when we are at this higher level, that people, we're going to get people who are going to respond to every single round of engagement. We're going to get other people who are going to show up when it really starts impacting them specifically. And so my hope and, I think our goal is that for our meetings in October and then the subsequent meetings where we are really talking about planning area specific recommendations, that we can drive those numbers higher. So I think, there's no way to sort of say what's good or bad, I think, in terms of other communities, but I think we have seen higher participation here than we have in some larger counties. At this stage of the process, I think it's reasonable, but I think we want to see it get higher in October and our next round early in the year when we've got the draft plan.
Okay, thank you. I just was wondering in comparison per capita with other studies that you've done, because to date, we're well under 1% of participation for population.
Yeah, and like I said, so for the first round, I think that was a reasonable, kind of representative cross-section of the community for the vision and values survey. It is not typical that we will see that at every step. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions right now? Thanks, Darcy. We can go on.
Okay. All right. So in terms of the land suitability analysis, I'm just going to quickly set the stage and then turn it over to Brian, just to remind folks kind of we're shifting, from this high level countywide goal, vision, values discussion, and starting to think about, how do we apply those values to the county on the ground, and where might we be, running into potential conversations about trade-offs or potential conflicts. And so the purpose of this land suitability analysis and the demand analysis that EPS is working on that kind of dovetails with that is really to help us kind of narrow the focus. And so we are trying to take what is a very large geography and think about, where might these policies really come into play? Where are we going to have the biggest impact? So there's a screening process, and Brian's going to kind of talk us through that. We're wanting to screen out what's undevelopable to kind of take that off the table right off the bat. We're looking at the areas that are most attractive for development, suitable for development. So kind of where are we going to see, have we seen, and where are we likely to see the greatest pressure for development? And that's really where we need to focus the conversation in October and through our subsequent conversations to say, if we're not happy with how things are going in these particular areas, we expect we're going to continue to see pressure. What are our options? And that's really what we're trying to get to next is, kind of looking at those pinch points and then also what options we might have from a policy perspective, from a regulatory perspective, as a follow-up to this plan to help address those. And that's hopefully where we're going to stir up a lot more conversation with the community about, kind of how that moves forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian.
Thank you. So the first slide that we're looking at here is the prohibitive factors. So the first thing we want to do in a land suitability analysis is identify the lands that are not suitable for development at all. And so in this case, we have municipalities, our public lands, so your state and federal, railroads, roads, that are county owned, and then we also distinguish the difference between county owned and non-county owned roads, and then also wetlands. And so wetlands would cover your typical wetlands, but also lakes, rivers, reservoirs. And so what we end up with is Park County as a whole is about 4.5 million acres. And then when you remove the prohibitive factors, and I'm sorry, there's a bar, I can't see the bottom there, but if I look at my records, basically we start with 4.5 million acres, and then what we're left with is approximately 750,000 acres. And that is the blue outline on this graphic. Next slide, please. So the next thing that we're looking at is the different criteria and weighting that criteria. So for example, we're looking at the distance to infrastructure municipal, so like your Cody water and sewer lines. Then we're looking at distance to infrastructure rural, such as the Northwest Rural Water District, and then also distance to municipality. And the way that we're looking at distance to municipality would be essentially your distance to services such as hospitals and schools, police and fire stations. Then we're also looking at distance to road. And then beyond that, we're looking at slope and soils. And so beyond this, we recently met with a technical working group. And as part of that, we identified a need to break out the roads. And so we're going to be breaking out the roads for gravel roads, paved roads, and unimproved roads. And then for the soil, we're also going to look at building suitability as well. Next slide. So there's the weighting process is pretty subjective, and which is why we're involving the technical working group to get some feedback from them. And so, for example, in this scenario, what we're looking at for the weighted overlay is a percent weights. And so essentially what we're looking at is an average of those 6 criteria that we put into the model. And with that, you can see, for example, we would consider this a more conservative model. And so with this, for example, we're only showing approximately 4,300 acres of suitable, or with a suitability score of 4. And then if we look at the next slide, so the next slide is relative weights. And what we mean by that is that this is a pairwise comparison between 2 different features. So for example, is soil more or less important than slope, or is soil more or less important than distance to roads, or are they equal? And so we're going to be working with the technical working group on an exercise to get their feedback on that. But what you notice is that when we do this pairwise comparison, and we actually sort of rank these different features in order of importance, what that turns into is a model that now displays approximately 35,100 acres of suitable land, or a score of 4. And if we look at the next slide, we kind of zoom in on the area right around Cody. And so, for example, what you can see here is that the areas northeast and northwest of Cody are some of the more suitable areas. So especially right next to Cody along the east edge there, you can see that's where we have some of the more highly suitable lands. And if we look at the next slide, please. If you look at that compared to the percent weight, the average, you can see that there's less suitability, especially along, say, for example, Road 2AB. So what that is to show is that this is very subjective, in that we need to get input on the different stakeholders throughout the county on, identifying what is more important than other criteria, and weight those. And the end product will be a map that shows where the most suitable land is for development throughout the county, and then also, in turn, identify where land is, less than suitable. So I think that's all I have for that.
Questions for Brian?
One of the questions that's come up in some of the discussions that we've had, and I guess I would think about when you're talking about roads and all those types of things, and I haven't heard it brought up with the plan yet, but is there any way to look at, or at least acknowledge, emergency response type of locations? I mean, there's some places in Park County that may be, I'll use this green on the map, but they're a long ways from any help. And is that ever discussed when you're doing a land use plan like this?
Yeah, I think, go ahead, Brian. There's 2 parts to that, I think.
Yeah, so I would say in this situation, that's one of the topics that we discussed in the technical working group. And so one of our criteria is the distance from municipality. And so another way to look at that is distance from services, because the majority of your services are in the municipality, and we're going to be making some adjustments to that. And Darcy, I do believe that this is being shown in the model. So, for example, I'm in the North Fork region, and I'd say that my property is suitable to build on, but it also has a suitability score of 2, and I think one of those reasons is just the distance that I have to some of these services, and I think as we adjust the model, especially changing our buffers on the municipalities, I think that's going to become more apparent.
And then the other side to that we talked about with the technical working group is that, there's sort of the technical analysis of, these tangible features, but there are also policy considerations that we're going to need to get into in terms of the maps really are focused on where are we likely to see development or where could we support development. They're not necessarily saying these are places we want to encourage development at the same level. And so that's going to be that next layer of conversation about, here's what the model is telling us are areas that are potentially suitable and we may see pressure for development or are already doing that. So let's talk about, are there areas within a particular planning area that we, from a policy perspective for reasons like access to services, we may want to encourage growth in a different area. So it's definitely part of the conversation. I think it's just not necessarily the primary focus of this screening process we're going through right now beyond what Brian talked about. We definitely got into that a little bit with our technical working group.
Okay, and then just one other thing, I guess, just observation wise, looking at the map with the green on the east side of Cody and looking at the questions that we've had over the last year with development on ag lands, excuse me, we'll be able to put an overlay of ag basically over a layer like this to kind of know where those conflicts exist, where it might be suitable for development, but it's also existing ag land.
Yes, that is correct. The next phase of once we feel good about where we're at with the model, the next thing we're going to be looking at is different scenarios. So looking at the critical wildlife habitats, agriculture land, irrigated land, et cetera.
Thanks, Brian.
Any other questions on that piece?
No.
All right. So in terms of next steps, a couple things, broke this into 2 parts. So basically, there are a variety of things that we'll be working on over the next month or so, and are continuing to work on. Kind of the as I mentioned earlier, the dovetail piece to the work that Brian's been helping us with, sort of on the map end, is the actual growth projections. And so, based on the initial projections and kind of analysis that was done back in May that EPS had put together, I think the sentiment was, these are probably too conservative. We need to look at some other pieces of information. And so EPS has been working on kind of modeling a range of growth projections. So the state demographer being on the low end, and then kind of more recent trends kind of being the high end. So if we see a continuation of what we have been seeing over the last 2 years, where does that take us? So that will leave us with a range of possibilities that we will be able to use to kind of inform this, the demand discussion. So taking the maps and then starting to look at, how much demand, or how much growth have we seen in particular areas in recent years? If we were to see a similar amount, what that might mean for future years. And that really is what we're going to use to inform those scenarios that Brian talked about. So it's probably, kind of based just on some areas being much more suitable and having much more land that is suitable for development, focused in particular areas. There will be some specific questions for all the planning areas, but I think, definitely a lot of focus on Cody Powell area and, South Fork, North Fork, those areas. So that's kind of the companion piece to that. We'll talk more about that next time we meet with you. But that's really going to be putting the numbers and the acreages, kind of helping us marry those two pieces of information. Brian mentioned kind of the next steps in terms of refining the land suitability analysis. After we met with our technical working group last week, there was definitely an interest from that group of kind of continuing the conversation. We are going to refine that information, put together kind of a summary of the assumptions, and then send out a quick survey to that group to get additional feedback on some of the weighting criteria. We just ran out of time last week. We had a lot to chew through, but the group was really engaged and wanted to continue to be involved in that discussion. So we'll keep that moving with our technical working group. And then as we've been going through and looking at kind of what we've been hearing on the plan framework, Paul has really been kind of taking the lead on pulling together a first draft of the countywide policies. I think one of the things that we've observed and kind of getting into that next level is that the planning area policy statements, there are some things that are very specific to the planning areas, but there are a lot of things that really apply at the countywide level. And so we're kind of trying to work through and reconcile things that we think could be applied at a countywide level so that when we get to the planning area discussions, it can be a pretty narrow focus in terms of these are truly issues that are unique to a particular planning area, just to make it easier for the public to really grasp onto, but also for the county to administer the plan moving forward. So that's kind of an ongoing piece that we've got going in the background. And then as a follow-up to the June meetings, we also met again with the water providers to talk about, kind of how we frame the discussion about water. There were a lot of questions about it, particularly at our Cody meeting. And so we are working on kind of started as a 1-pager. It's going to turn into a 2-pager to kind of really look at summarize for the public and ultimately for the purposes of kind of, including in the plan, kind of the basic facts and figures about kind of what the supply is, what the issues are related to, kind of water provision and how that fits into this overall process. So that will be a standalone thing, but like I said, that's going to weave into the plan and our conversations in October for sure in terms of, these are the parameters that we're working with as we start to talk about growth, just to ground that conversation. So we'll be continuing to work with those folks on that as well. And then we will be, as we get into the scenarios with Brian and EPS, starting to really frame up those key policy considerations for each of the planning areas. So what choices, what are the conflicts, what options do we have to really wrestle with in terms of how we might address those? And that's really going to be the focus of our October meetings. So in terms of kind of upcoming opportunities for input, I mentioned the technical working group. We are doing kind of a supplemental meeting with the LUPAC at the end of this month. And our plan is to use them as kind of our test group to walk through the information, kind of a working draft of the information that we are working on pulling together for the October meetings to help us refine our approach. Is it too much information? Do we need to provide more detail on certain things and kind of, give us a dry run, if you will, on kind of how we approach those October meetings? We are planning to, since we will be asking very specific questions about specific, options, we want to make sure we can hear from everyone in the room, and our plan at this point is to use polling, kind of live polling for those meetings so that we can, kind of see those reactions, talk about what we're hearing from folks, and kind of just take a different approach for this next round of meetings. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we did move those up from November. So hopefully we will, get some good participation at those meetings. We'll be starting to push out advertising for those probably early September, just to get those on folks' calendar and make sure that we get good participation in those, and working with the LUPAC to really get the word out about those meetings as well. just similar to what we did in June, we'll have a follow-up meeting on Zoom, and then, also have that online input opportunity through October 31st. And that's really where I think after we get through our first round of meetings, we will be, kind of working with the LUPAC members to kind of push out and really, help us drive participation online to supplement that in-person input as well. And that is all that we have for today. Are there other questions about next steps or process generally?
Any questions from the commissioners or the audience, I guess, at this point? I don't see any questions, Darcy.
All right. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, our next order of business is not until 10:45, so we have a little bit of a break here. Then we'll have a public hearing. So, okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that was a large part of the discussion at the last meeting with the
Thanks, Molly. Okay, the next thing on the agenda today is a public hearing for a variance request from Fry's. And we have Kim and Jenny from the planning office.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant is Spencer Fry. This property is in the Cody Powell Rural Planning Area. The zoning district is GRP. We did receive a variance request application on June 20th of this year with a payment and a statement explaining the reasons for the variance request and how the conditions for granting a variance request have been satisfied. So the applicant is seeking a variance from our county regulations that prohibit 3 or more principal uses on any lot or parcel. And an approved variance would allow the applicant the opportunity to apply for a special use permit for an agricultural support business. History is this property is part of the Holly Simple Subdivision that was approved in 2017. That subdivision is a 2-lot. Lot 1 is 3.33 acres and lot 2 is 2.19 acres. And it had a just over 51 acre remainder parcel. Those are for residential uses. On January 19th of 2021, the Park County Board of County Commissioners approved an SUP that allowed Fry Gravel and Excavation to operate a residential business, a cottage industry, on lot 1 of this subdivision. That excavation business included skid steers, mini excavators, road graders, and semi trucks being parked and being driven on the property, and repair and maintenance of the equipment, and the use of some existing structures for an office and storage and mechanic shop. And I should also mention that on lot 1 of the subdivision, the applicant and his family, the Frys, lived there. Ultimately, should this variance be approved, the applicant would like to establish an irrigation supply company on the property. Again, this would be on lot 1. That business would specialize in center pivots, irrigation pipe, fitting parts, and other components, selling them and possibly combining them into the actual pivots for farmers and ranchers. According to the applicant, this business would be similar to Copper Mountain Irrigation, which is northeast of this property, close to Powell, and Waterworks in Ralston. And a site plan, as you saw, Madam Chair, in Figure 1, shows the existing lot, and it shows where the existing buildings are and where the Fry's residence is. And essentially, the applicant believes that this irrigation supply company would share the same buildings and share some of the same equipment parking with the Fry excavation. And we have at the bottom of page 1, Madam Chair, we just have the fact that Copper Mountain Irrigation was already approved and Waterworks does not have any permits associated with it. Top of page 3, we have county regulations prohibit the establishment of 3 or more principal uses on any property. Again, this property is a current location for single family residence and a cottage industry. And Madam Chair, towards the top of page 3, we have a heading called multiple principal buildings and uses. That is actually a paragraph in our regulations. And it says on any lot or parcel of land, establishment of 3 or more principal building or uses for residential, recreation, industrial, commercial, or public uses requires a subdivision permit. And so our interpretation of that, we interpret that to us to mean that on a lot or parcel, you cannot have 3 or more principal uses. We interpret that paragraph that way. Again, I mentioned that the Frys, should this be approved, they'd like to establish an agriculture support business. It would be the irrigation business. As I mentioned, this is in GRP. An agricultural support business is allowed in GRP provided a special use permit is approved. As you know, purpose of a variance is to allow flexibility in our county regulations. Applicability of a variance is county commissioners can vary anything in our regulations. Of course, you cannot vary anything that's a state statute. On the top of page 4, we had the procedure for a variance. It talks about an application. It talks about the applicant addressing the 4 conditions that must be met. Public hearing is required. In Madam Chair, in figure 2, we have the location of this business. You can see relative to Powell, it's about 4.5 miles to the southwest. Ownership is Spencer and Cindy Fry owns this lot 1 of the subdivision. Land description is, again, it is lot 1 of the Holly Simple subdivision. In terms of neighboring land use, you can see in figure 3 that primarily this land outside of the subdivision and outside the property just to the east, it's primarily agriculture. We have a partial sentence right above figure 3 that talks about significant residential subdivisions being nearby. I believe that is a carryover from a different staff report. That is a mistake. I apologize for that. Really, the only subdivisions are some distance away. In figure 4, we talk about the site characteristics. Again, the applicant has a house on the eastern portion of this lot. The business is primarily to the west. Approximately 2.95 acres is set aside for the business. Again, it's a cottage industry. This property is not within any overlay district. Legal notice requirements were met. We had 2 legal notices in the Powell Tribune. One occurred on July 19th of this year, the other one on July 26th. We had that certified mailing sent out to neighbors that occurred on July 14th. We also notified agencies. Treasurer said taxes are paid for this property. We contacted YDOT. They talked about, should this variance be approved, reevaluating the Fry's existing commercial access and a traffic study might be required. Fire department responded. They said they can provide fire protection. Weed and Pest responded. There is an existing weed plan in effect for the property. No response from Public Works. In terms of the variance approval standards, so there are 4, as you know. Number 1 is there are special circumstances or conditions which are special to land buildings or structures which a variance is sought, do not apply generally to other property. Applicant said we have a commercial entrance in place. We have the buildings with the extra space. We would use the same equipment for this variance as we already do for our gravel and excavation business. Our responses are really, our belief is there are no special circumstances or conditions applying to this lot for which the variance is sought, do not apply generally to other land or buildings. Our regs, our explanation is our regs in GRP apply equally or the same to all land and buildings. And the applicant already has 2 approved principal uses on this property. And the applicant has approval to use the property consistent with those permits. Number 2 is circumstances or conditions are such that the strict application of our regs would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of land, building, or structure. Applicant said the ag production business would go hand in hand with our existing business. We have a good location right off the highway. We have extra land and building space. So we aren't being used to their full potential. Our response is there are no circumstances or conditions that would cause the strict application of our regs to deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of land, building, or structure. Again, we mentioned that the applicant already has a cottage industry, already has single-family residence, 2 primary uses. Applicant can use the property consistent with those uses. We also said the applicant could also, if they so choose, receive additional permits. Of course, they would have to be for accessory uses or structures. Number 3, the third condition is Granting of the variance is necessary for the reasonable use thereof. The applicant said, we understand that we have the option to subdivide property in order to have more uses. We believe the only thing this will accomplish is drawing an imaginary line that won't otherwise change any way we are currently operating or would operate in the future. Our response is granting of the variance is not necessary for the reasonable use of the land or structure, as we've already mentioned. Number 4 is granting of the variance is in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the regulations and will not compromise the land use plan. Applicant said we've already met the criteria for our current SUP. We have a commercial access in place. They said we don't get as many customers visiting our office that we originally anticipated when the original access was permitted. Therefore, we can easily accommodate any additional customers without adding detriment to the public's health, safety, and welfare. Our response is granting the variance is not in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the regulations, again, because our interpretation of the regs, at least at one paragraph, is that you cannot have 3 or more principal uses on a lot or parcel. Madam Chair, then we have some findings, and our recommendation is denial of the variance, and our belief is because all 4 of the conditions have not been met. And we're happy to answer questions you might have.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. First time I've come up against this since I've been a commissioner. And I'm just curious, is the reason, well, let me go back a little bit. If a farmer that farms his property lives on the property, that's residential use. But his farming end of it is not considered to be a business because of the SUP process?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tilden, actually, agriculture production is technically a principal use. Now, since I've been here, we've never asked somebody to come in and actually get a permit for it. But I do believe it technically is a principal use. And yeah, your single family residence would be a principal use also.
Okay, well, I mean, if that's the case, then we have had circumstances when people have come in and asked for a business at their residence in the country. They have agricultural land they farm, a residence, and also we grant them an SUP for a business. So technically that's 3 separate uses.
Yeah, I believe that has probably occurred.
Okay.
Commissioner Teal.
The question I have, Kim, is when you mentioned a subdivision permit under multiple building and use. I've never seen that before. And have we ever, what is a subdivision permit?
So technically, when we approve subdivisions, that is a subdivision permit.
Okay.
Now, possibly there maybe actually used to be an actual permit, but my understanding is when you approve a subdivision, that final plat, that is essentially the permit
Considered that's what
for
you're
the subdivision.
My second question, if I could, Madam Chair, when considering the 4 variances, criteria, the applicant submits his first, or do you do them simultaneously? You do yours, he does yours, no matter what?
You mean the applicant, when they tell us how they've met the 4?
Yes.
That comes in first because it comes in with their application. And then when we're going, essentially my process is when we're creating the staff report, then we address whether or not we feel each of those conditions have been met.
Okay.
And yeah,
later, I feel like everyone that comes through, their reasoning for meeting this criteria is not considered in our response. I'm just sorry. I just feel that it's an opinion that I can see both sides, but I was just curious. I mean, they're applying for this. They're giving their reason, which in most cases is justified in my opinion, but we're not even considering that. We're just negative against everything that they say in types. I'm concerned with the perception that we're fighting the public for trying to go through the process and not considering their opinion. That's just me.
Any other comments from the commissioners at this time?
Just a quick comment, Madam Chair. Maybe Lloyd could answer this. You got an irrigation supply company, you got another one up the road, you got another one. How much traffic would be involved in that? I suppose it'd be heavier during March, I suppose. Are we talking about 10 cars a day or 10 trucks a day or?
I wouldn't know 100%. I do deal with waterworks with having a couple of different center pivots, and I don't think I've ever been there when there wasn't more than 3 other farmers in there. More often than not, I'm going by myself. Maybe somebody else will come in while I'm there, but I wouldn't know 100%. I don't know what their extent of their business plan is, but I wouldn't think it would be huge. And it would be, to me, the business that they're already currently in, it's almost like a little sideline of that.
Right.
It's not, totally different things.
As far as getting a study like what YDOT, would YDOT do the study?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, my understanding is they would ask the applicant to have it done, and I assume it would be at an expense.
Traffic engineer. This is a public hearing, so I would ask if there's any comments from the public at this time. Any comments from the public?
Madam Chair, I move that we close the public hearing.
Okay,
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, the public hearing is closed. What's the pleasure of the board?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Teal.
Madam Chair, as you know, I don't particularly agree with this more than 3. Doesn't give people the freedom or the opportunity to maximize whatever they feel is best for their property. They currently have an SUP, and I believe this goes hand in hand with it. And as to qualifying for the 4 criteria, I believe is more of an opinion than it is fact. And the landowner should have the ability to do what he wants. With that, I would move to approve the various requests. We're moving forward to the SUP. Any conditions moving forward, we can be addressed at the SUP process, correct? I mean, if there is I think they're already covered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll second it for discussion, but Kim, just so we're on, we can approve, if we approve this variance, we can address the traffic study during the SUP application.
Exactly.
I want to make sure that.
Yes.
Okay.
So, you second?
Yes.
Okay.
Have a motion and a second to approve the request for the variance as
Point of
submitted.
discussion. Yeah, just real quick, and thank you for your answer to my question. That shed a lot of light on it. Once again, I think we found a flaw in our rules and regulations. I did not realize that agricultural was a specific use. I thought, if you got farm ground, it wasn't considered to be a business. But you answered the question, and it is, which is telling me that we've done this numerous times. I mean, we just did it with the last one that comes to mind is the riding arena down towards Powell. Agricultural, residential, and we gave them an SUP, 3 uses. I'm very much in favor of granting the variance.
Any further discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Kim. Jen?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Our
2022-74.
Our next order of business is a public hearing, again, for a variance requested by Flowers.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this property is in the Cody local planning area. The zoning district is a residential ½ acre. And we did receive a variance application from the Flowers. That came in on June 30th of this year, including payment and a statement explaining the reasons and manner for why they feel the variance conditions have been satisfied. We shared those with you. And the applicants are seeking a variance from the requirement for public water and sewer to serve a property in a residential 1/2 acre zoning district. Again, one of our county regulations. The applicant would like to subdivide the property they're currently on into 2 lots. It'll be for residential use. And you see in figure 1, a kind of a rough draft or a draft of their first sketch plan showing their property divided into 2 acres. That's my understanding, their ultimate goal. And of course, approved variance would allow the applicants the opportunity to commence the subdivision review process, because currently in our regs, we talk about development in residential 1/2 acre needing public sewer and water. This property, again, as I mentioned, is in the RH zoning district, and we have on the bottom of page 1 what those requirements are. I mentioned that the applicants would like to do a 2-lot simple subdivision, 1 lot, 2.4 acres, 1 lot, 1.53 acres. A water tap from Northwest Rural Water District is currently on proposed lot 1 of this property, and the water district does have a main on the east side of North 37th Street. This property is adjacent to that street. The applicants have contacted Northwest Rural Water regarding the likelihood of securing a tap for proposed lot 2. The applicants are unable to obtain, however, public sewer unless their property or portion thereof is annexed in the city of Cody. Right now, that really seems like it's not possible. When you read through this, you'll remember that the Cody of City is some distance away, and therefore being not adjacent, it appears to not be an option to be annexed into the city, which would be a requirement, my understanding, for them to get sewer from the city. Purpose of a variance, of course, is to provide flexibility regarding our regulations when it's appropriate. Applicability is you can adjust anything in our county regulations. However, you can't adjust anything that's statutory. Procedure of a variance again, is the applicant submit a application, explain the reasons why they've met the 4 conditions. Public hearing notices are required. This property is owned by William and Mary Flowers. Location of this property is shown in figure 2. As I mentioned already, it's just on the east side of North 37th Street, and it's just north of 2CA. And I did mention before that it's some ways away from the city of Cody. So the property is approximately 1,000 feet east, and it's approximately 600 feet north of the city of Cody. Again, it's on the north side of Cooper Lane, on the east side of 37th Street. Property is relatively flat. We have that in figure 3. We have a topo map in figure 3. It's irrigated. There is a ditch. There are some buildings on this. There is at least, I believe, 1 residence on this, on lot 1 of the proposed subdivision. In terms of neighboring land uses, that is shown, Madam Chair, in figure 4. And there is some residential and residential vacant surrounding this property. In fact, that's most, if not all, of what the property is that surrounds this. This property is within 1 mile of a municipality. We did notify the city of Cody. We've not had any response yet from them. This property is not within an ag overlay or flood overlay district. However, it is within an airport overlay district. The airport manager responded to us and said that they have no concerns with this project. Legal notices went out. They're in the Cody Enterprise. One on July 19th of this year, the other on July 26th. On July 14th, that certified notice went out to neighboring property owners. Of course, we shared the staff report with all of you and with the applicant prior to today. We notified agency referrals. Top of page 7 in our staff report, we have a paragraph where there were several conversations back with Northwest Rural Water. Northwest Rural Water did look at the sketch plan. They did say they have the capacity to provide service should this subdivision go forward. They did mention, at least at one point, that the landowners were not interested in a new Northwest Rural Water service for the location. However, they did talk about later that the owner surveyor indicated that the Flowers were interested in an additional tap for, I presume, lot 2, should they go through the subdivision process. And again, my understanding is Northwest Rural Water could provide service to the property. We did send a response to DEQ. They emailed talking about some agency contact information for some associated services. Park County Fire District 2 responded. They had no comment. Treasurer's Office responded. They said taxes are paid. Again, City of Cody has not responded yet. We did get a response from the regional airport. Madam Chair, under public comments, we did receive one public comment, which we shared with you. That was in opposition to the variance and in opposition to the parcel being subdivided. So bottom of page 7, again, we have those 4 conditions that must be met for a variance to approve. We have an applicant's response, and I believe we summarized their response. I don't think this is verbatim. They said for the first condition, the applicant said they're requesting a variance for sewer to basically for them to be tied into a public sewer system to subdivide. The owner would like to utilize small wastewater systems should they're able to go through the subdivision process. They said, they talked about the City of Cody saying they can't be annexed into the city because they're not adjacent. And City of Cody boundaries are required to be continuous. I'm sorry. And City of Cody also said that unless they're annexed into the city, they can't tie into the City of Cody sewer facilities. Our response is City of Cody confirms annexation is not really possible at this time. Therefore, sewer connection to the city is not obtainable. And so we believe there are special circumstances or conditions which are peculiar to the land for which the variance is sought and have not resulted from any act of the applicant subsequent to the adoption of the regulations. So, Madam Chair, we essentially feel like that first criteria has been met. The second type criteria is circumstances or conditions are such that the strict application of the regs would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. Applicant's response: sewer lines to be served by public systems would not apply to this subdivision since it would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of the land. The owners are requesting to use an option that is in harmony with the surrounding areas. Areas of the lots within the proposed subdivision in the surrounding area are well, I'm not sure if they're talking about their proposed subdivision or neighboring subdivision, but they're talking about larger lots that would provide sufficient space for in-ground septic systems. Also, they talked about the cost of installation of a sewer main from the city to their property. Our response to number 2 is since the applicant is unable to connect to city sewer and the proposed lot sizes are of appropriate size to support small wastewater systems, it could be argued that the applicant is deprived of the ability to subdivide. However, we also said there are other permissible uses that could be allowed on the property, which would be allowed. So other uses other than just a subdivision. Therefore, we probably feel like number 2, that has not been met fully. Number 3, granting of the variance is necessary for the reasonable use thereof. Applicant said granting of this variance is reasonable use for specific systems as an alternative. Our response to number 3 is granting of the variance is not necessary for the reasonable use of the land or structures. Again, we feel there are other uses that would be applicable here. Number 4 is granting of the variance is in harmony with purposes, intent of the regulations, will not compromise the land use plan, will not be injurious to properties or otherwise detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. Applicant said this variance request is in harmony with the regs, will not compromise the integrity of the land use plan. Septic systems in ground will serve all lots and used by many other properties within the county. And again, they said properties surrounding theirs do have small wastewater systems. We said granting of the variance could be considered in harmony and intent of the regulations and would not compromise the integrity of the land use plan. We talked about some things from the land use plan in terms of development and soils and unstable slopes. We have no evidence that this property is on poor soils or slopes or has high water table. And in the land use plan, land suitability analysis categorizes property as being in high rural, and that is considered conditionally suitable for 1/2 to 2 acre lot subdivisions. So you could say that this is compatible with the land use plan. Madam Chair, we have some findings. Our recommendation is staff, we recommend denial of the variance because we don't think all 4 of the conditions have been met. However, we do acknowledge that connection to city sewer is not achievable now and not achievable without annexation, and it's unclear whether that would ever occur. The availability of central water is favorable, basically coming from Northwest Rural Water. The proposed lot sizes we think are adequate for residential 1/2 acre. And so what we're saying is, should the variance be approved, we recommend subject to the following conditions. And if you don't mind, I'd like to read them. So these are recommended conditions should you find in favor of the variance. Our suggestion for condition was the applicant shall provide water service from Northwest Rural Water to serve the proposed subdivision. And the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat, should we get that far, for the proposed subdivision. Any further division of these lots will require connections to both central water and central sewer for each new lot, and otherwise directed by regulations or statutes in place at the time. Connection to such services may not be reasonable or achievable unless annexation occurs. And we're happy to answer questions you might have.
Questions from board members at this time?
Madam Chair, so Kim, explain to me, how did we get to an RH with a condition that it has to be hooked to municipal water with all the subdivisions around there? Were they there before it was zoned RH? And the second part, I guess, are all the other homes connected to the city sewer? And were they required to get a variance?
So Commissioner Teal, Madam Chair, so your first question is, how did RH come about? Is or
putting a requirement that's unachievable in a zoning area. I mean, you can't hook to city sewer if you're not in the city.
Exactly.
But that's a requirement. So how did the rest of those subdivisions happen?
So
variance?
My understanding is the other property that is not in city of Cody or surrounding this property, my understanding is they have in-ground septic.
Right. And I'm looking at figure 2, and that's what I'm questioning. Is this all RH around them? And how did they ever build because of this requirement?
I think those subdivisions are more historical, possibly before
it was RH.
They were there,
Yeah.
a lot of them were there in 92,
Yeah.
so before the zoning.
Madam Chair, just one comment. So I've been doing this now for 7 years. And really since I've been here, even when Linda was here, we had conversations about that definition of RH requiring public sewer and water. We had conversations about that. My understanding is we just received clarification from the county attorney's office. And I believe it was when we were going through the Lenhart SUP, because they're also an RH. We received confirmation from the county's attorney's office that they basically said, when it says development in this district should have or shall have public sewer and water, that's it. They shall have public sewer and water.
So, Madam Chair, then are all the other surrounding properties in violation with the septic system without a variance?
Commissioner Teal, I can't answer that.
Would they be grandfathered?
Or would they be?
Yeah.
Prior
Yeah,
to right?
I can't answer that.
I can tell you that in 92, Northwest Rural Water was required to build the system out there to city size because they had the expectations of annexation. And I think they probably had the same conversations when they were looking at zoning, that it would be future annexed. And so if you went down to that size, half-acre lots, they would require the sewer and water. But the calendar says that those subdivisions happened a long time before that zoning
Prior
happened.
to the RH classification.
Yes.
And I think our regs also state that, that septic systems are favorable for an acre or more.
Right.
Under an acre, it's not. So I think
Right.
that I think the half acre definitely plays into that too.
Mhm. This is a public hearing, so is there any public comment at this time?
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates. This, yeah, like you guys are discussing, this is another one of those RH issues. I was just about to look it up. I completed a subdivision down the road to the east, probably about 10 years ago. And this never came up of tying to, if it came up to tying to city water and sewer, it was just waived in the first initial meeting. We didn't have to go through the process of a variance. So that has been happening now for the last little bit. But I want to clarify Northwest Rural Water on the confusion there. We started this project back in like September, October last year, and we thought it was going to be a minor subdivision. So my clients got on the list to get a water tap, and then we decided maybe we weren't going to do a subdivision. So that's confusion about not getting a water tap. They will want a water tap for that lot too, if this moves forward. So water's handled. The sewer side of it, like it says, it's 1,000 feet back west to get to the city annex area and 5 properties, which as you see in the letters from that, we got a letter in there that they don't want to annex into the city. So it's gonna be very difficult to try to annex into the city, all those 5 properties plus this property. And then I talked with some engineers that have been designing in the lagoons there, and they said for the sewer itself, it would have to be a forced main to get it to the lagoons. So it's gonna, instead of being 1,000 feet, it's gonna be closer to 2,000 feet to get it to the west side of the lagoons to feed gravity into what the system is now. So that is the reason why we're here in front of you today, is because it's gonna be very difficult to tie in a sewer to the city system at the moment where we're at. And every property around there has a small wastewater system. All the properties all the way around it that have houses there have a small wastewater system currently in place. So that's where we're asking that we can do also.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Any others? Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question for the developer. I believe that
Okay.
we can close public hearing, but I still want to ask it whether
That's
it's during the public.
That's fine.
My question is the current lump big property part of a subdivision currently?
Commissioner Field, no.
Okay.
It's not in a subdivision.
Okay.
Across the street to the west, there is a subdivision.
It was,
But this is not, this property is currently not in a
it
subdivision.
was simple subdivided or family exemption subdivided previously, but not official. Okay.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public hearing is closed. The pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I'll move that we approve the variance, including staff recommendations 1 and 2.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the request for variance, including the 2 conditions that were read into the record. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, we're a little behind the time, so we're going to keep on rolling. The next thing on our agenda is the final plat for 2 Tree Simple Subdivision 290.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicants for this project are Rudy and Carly Brewer. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is POW. We did receive this is a final plat review. We did receive that application from the applicants on June 16th of this year, including payment, final plat, and other documents. And you see a copy of that final plat in figure 1. And the applicants request approval of this final plat. It'll be a subdivision of one 5.4 acre lot and one 3.26 acre lot. And those will be for residential uses. And should this subdivision be approved, it will leave a remaining parcel of 36.88 acres. As I mentioned, this property is in the GRP zoning district, and these lots are consistent with that zoning district. The ownership is the Brewers, Rudy and Carla.
Just a minute, ma'am, and we'll get to questions. Okay,
And as I mentioned, that the final plat is in figure 1. The location of this property it's approximately 2 miles southeast of Powell. It's just south of Lane 10, and it's just west of Road 6. It has an address of 960 Road 6. You can see the location relative to, primarily Powell in figure 2. Neighboring land uses, we show that in figure 3. This property is surrounded by some residential, some agricultural. Both these current proposed lots are vacant lands, and we have a topo map in figure 4. Property is relatively flat. So we did notify agencies. And of course, this is not a public hearing, so there weren't any public notifications we had to do. Madam Chair, I know this is the first time, since this is this is the first time you've had a chance to see this project. And so we do share those agency responses with you. We did get a letter from TCT. They talked about their ability to provide internet and phone service. Postal Service said they could provide service. Fire District said they could also provide service, as did Park County 1 School District. MDU said that natural gas is available by a main on the east side of Road 6. They can provide gas to both of these proposed lots. The property owner will share the cost of installation. Of course, as you know, since this is a simple subdivision, utilities do not have to be made adjacent to any property. We did receive a response back from Mary with weed and pest. She did do an inspection. She did find noxious weeds. A weed plan will be required. We did get a response back from Gardel Night and Power. They talked about power running along Road 6. They said in that letter they did have concerns about bringing power across Road 6. Shoshone Irrigation District responded. They said they would review a water distribution plan when it's provided to them. Property taxes are paid. Game and Fish responded. They have no specific concerns. They offered their standard subdivision recommendations. Public Works responded. They said access is favorable. Of course, right-of-way permits will be required. Addressing standards will apply, and they're not requiring a drainage or erosion control plan. Conservation District, they responded with a soils report. We've not received any public comments. P&Z reviewed the sketch plan on May 18th of this year. A number of conditions, Madam Chair. I'll just comment briefly on most of them. Number 2 was that an approved long-term weed plan needs to be provided. That condition has been met. We did receive a weed plan. Number 3 was a water distribution plan that's approved. That needed to be provided prior to today. That condition has been met. Soils report needed to be provided. That condition has been met. Number 5 was a note on the final plat talking about slow perk rates. That condition has been met. Number 6 was a condition on the final plat talking about proposed water wells. That condition has been met. Number 7 was a condition on the final plat talking about right-of-way permits from Public Works. That condition has been met. And number 8, Madam Chair, was a condition on the final plat addressing the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. That condition has been met. The Plat Review Committee looked at this final plat on July 13th of this year. There were some minor corrections and changes. So we did receive a revised final plat. You saw that in figure 1. The rest of page 9 is all the submissions and requirements for final plat. We have a list of findings. Madam Chair, we do recommend, our recommendation is that you approve the final plat of Two Tree Simple Subdivision. We have 2 conditions that we're recommending if you do approve it. If I may, I'd like to read those. One is the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. And number 2 is the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. And we're happy to answer questions should you have any.
Any questions on this final plat? Hearing none, it's the pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I'll move we approve, including staff recommendations 1 and 2.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the final plat with the 2 conditions as stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll be ready for this afternoon.
It might get signed in a week or 2.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is the final plat for Cunning, simple sub number 291.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this applicant is Elizabeth Cunning. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is a Cody Powell rural planning area. We did receive the final plat application from the applicant on July 13th of this year, including fees and the final plat. That is in figure 1. And the applicant requests approval of this plat, this final plat. It will create 2 10-acre lots from a 20-acre parcel. The lots will be for residential use. I mentioned this is in the GRP zoning district. These lots are consistent with that zoning district. Ownership has been confirmed to be Elizabeth Cunning. You see in figure 1, the final plat. The location of this property is shown in figure 2. It's approximately 3 miles north of Powell, north of Lane 5 and east of Road 8. Has an address of 499 Road 8. And you see in figure 3, the surrounding land uses are really a mixture of agriculture with some residential in the area. Proposed lot 1 does have an existing residence. It does have outbuildings and it does have a small wastewater system. The property is irrigated. Proposed lot 2 is vacant and unirrigated land. And you can see in figure 4, that topo map, the property is fairly flat, but does have a bit of slope. This property is not within 1 mile of any municipality. The notice of intent to subdivide that was published on May 5th and May 12th of this year in the Powell Tribune. Again, we shared with you the agency notices we received back. The Fire Protection District responded. They said they can provide service. Northwest Rural Water responded. They said they currently do not have capacity at this location or at least for new services in this area. School District 1 responded. They will be able to provide school bus service. Postal Service can deliver mail should this subdivision be approved. MDU said they have natural gas. They have a natural gas main on the west side of Road 8. They could provide service. Again, this is a simple, so utilities do not have to be made adjacent to these proposed lots. TCT said they could provide service for internet and phone. Garland stated they have the service to provide, or they have capacity to provide service to this subdivision. Game and Fish said they have no concerns with this specific subdivision. However, they did say they have concerns with the number of subdivisions, and they did offer their standard subdivision recommendations. The Park County Treasurer stated property taxes. Originally, they said they were delinquent. An updated email on June 6th of this year confirmed that taxes are paid. Weed and Pest, Mary provided a letter, said that she did an initial inspection, found noxious weeds, will be requiring a weed plan. That plan has been approved by Weed and Pest, and we do have a copy of that. Powell Clarksville Conservation District, they shared with us a letter, and they did do a soils report and identified 6 soil types. Public Works responded, talked about legal access both from Lane 5 and Road 8. Talked about those roads being maintained by Public Works. Public Works said this use will not alter classification of either of those roads. Public Works mentioned right-of-way permits will be required. They said, to their understanding, no subdivision roads are being proposed. Public Works does not have any concerns with drainage and erosion control. Therefore, a plan for that will not be required. We did get a response back from Shoshone, and they do have an approved water distribution plan. We've not received any public comments. P&Z reviewed the sketch plan for this subdivision on June 15th. Again, I'll briefly comment on some of their conditions. Number 2 was for a weed plan. That condition has been met. Number 3 was a water distribution plan being approved and submitted. That condition has been met. Number 4 was a soils report from the Conservation District. That condition has been met. Number 5 was a note on the final plat talking about the fact that there possibly are clay soils and conventional small wastewater systems may not be suitable. That condition has been met. Number 6 was another note stating no water analysis was conducted. That condition has been met. Number 7 was a note on the final plat talking about water wells. That condition has been met. Number 8 was a condition for the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act being on the final plat. That condition has been met. Final plat review met on July 21st. Again, you always have some corrections and changes. We did get a revised final plat. You saw that. Madam Chair, we do have some findings. On our staff report on the bottom of page 10, we have conditions recommended by staff. We failed to put that we do recommend you approve this final plat. So that is our recommendation with these conditions. Could I read these conditions?
Yes, sir.
If you do approve this, our recommended conditions are the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. Madam Chair, we're happy to answer questions. Should you have any?
Any questions for staff?
I don't really have a question. it's really not a big deal, but under Public Works, in reference to the access, is stated that both Park County roads, Road 8 and Lane 8, and it should be Lane 5.
Okay.
Good catch.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Any other questions or concerns?
Move to approve, Madam Chair, with conditions as read by staff.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve with conditions as stated. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have that one tomorrow. And thank you for doing all three of mine right in a row. I appreciate that.
Anything we can do to help, Cody, it's all about
Just for
you.
you, I'm sure.
See you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, thank you, commissioners. What number was that?
Brian.
77.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right.
And now you're back ahead of schedule. Barely. Barely. Thank you.
Caught us up there, huh?
What that little old lady want?
She was confused, you guys, so, yeah, so was it annexed into the city? And so when she wanted to leave, she was, I don't know. So I was like,
I knew it was flowers, but I couldn't figure out what she wanted. so-
yeah, she just didn't understand, and her main question, so that was all annexed into the city now? And so that was her main dilemma.
Okay.
That she wanted answered, so I could,
Yeah.
thank you for telling me right away.
There he is.
Okay. Last thing on the commissioner's agenda today is County Assessor Pat Meyer and setting the mill levies.
Okay, you have them in front of your things. I mean, this is gonna be a misleading year. Let me start off with that. We're at our third highest valuation ever. But you're not getting all that money that you think you are. Because last year, in 2021's production was 260 million for oil, 399,159. That went up 110% from the previous year when our total valuation was 626 million, which we made it on. Gas, same thing, went up 178% from the previous year. I mean, that's up 11 million. So you're looking at like $280 million that's getting deferred for 13 years. You're never getting that money. So this is misleading. Now, as I've tried to tell people before, we're getting monthly payments in 2022. We got kind of lucky because the gas prices rose up. So we're counting on that money to supplement the money that you're not going to get. But we don't know because it's not going to, it's getting paid out every month now, and it's really hard to keep track of. The treasurers did not want the production. I had a meeting with the Department of Revenue. I said, for estimating purposes, so I could see where we're at and see how it was going, because that's what I've always done. They used to give me quarterly the severance tax, which would be the same as the ad valorem tax right now. Mm-hmm. So I would know where we were going. I could see when it's going down, but they would not give it to me. I said, what about the other assessors? So I emailed them. They don't help their special districts and school district estimate what the budget's going to be. They thought it's too much of a liability. I've been doing it for 12 years, but the previous assessor didn't either. He just didn't want to get caught up in that. You told me it was this thing, but I've never had a problem because it's an estimate, and I would always emphasize that it's just an estimate. It's the best information I've got for you right now. Needless to say, they're not going to give that to me. I have to think of other ways on when we would have caught up with that money. So what I'm saying is this is misleading. It could happen. And when with that 1 year, I think it was 2009, when we hit $1 billion, I sat in front of the commissioners and going, don't count on this again. And we never got that close again. So it'll go back down again. That's the problem with Wyoming being on a fixed rate system. So other states are on a budget rate system. So when they don't have the money, they raise the mill levy to get to their budget. Mm-hmm. When Wyoming, we can't raise the mill levy, we're set. But we can lower it. But boy, if the next year you go down, and I think a lot of the reason why Wyoming does not want to go to a budget base is we've got mineral production. When mineral production, when you get it out, 100% of that, it goes in. Once it's gone, it's gone. You're never getting that back. So when you lower the mill levy, you're missing out on all that money, which maybe you should, maybe you shouldn't. I don't know, but I think that's one of the reasons. That's why we're talking about limits and homesteaders exemptions to keep from these increases to keep people here. Mm-hmm. But with that, and I do want to point out the cemetery districts do budget. Their budgets have gone down quite a bit since I have that on here. Yeah, their budgets have gone down. A lot of them used to always get the max and stuff, and now they don't. They're budgeting better. And I think it was due to commissioners, just questioning them on it. What do you need $2 million to run the cemetery for it and stuff? They're still up there quite a bit, but as we know, you guys don't have much to say about it. Now, we had an extraordinary year, even with residential property, as you're all aware of, the increases there. Whether we needed that kind of increase, no, we just didn't need that money.
Like, I mean, we've been living in 2020, you know, mid-value home was 283,000. The increase was like 2% in 2020. And that was just in Cody. In 2021, we saw our first big increase. I mean, the mid-value house in Cody was up 13% to 325,000. That was the first one. And then in 2022, we went up on a mid-value house is 400,000, the average price of a mid-value. The low homes in Cody were 275,000 now. And they both went up, the low valued homes went up 20 to 40%. And the mid-value went up 11 to 43%. And the high valued homes, the average one is 740,000 in Cody. If we start looking at the other places, it's even higher, like the South Fork and the North Fork. It's a lot higher. They went up 20 to 32%. So that's what has happened. I'm still looking and I'm hoping to get your support on different ideas. I've done a lot of study on all 50 states. I've sent them to our legislators. I've sent them to the Revenue Committee. I mean, I didn't give them a recommendation of which way to go, but I think I will in the end. But as I told Chairman Overfield, that we can't do anything changing any constitution until 2024. But with this homeowner's exemption, if your house is under $1 million, you could get $432 back. That's the recommendation. That's what could happen. It's already in statutes and you just change it. So that's a big one. And the refund program where you can, it was a $48,000 rate. If you're making under 48,000, which there's not that many homeowners that are making that. Some do, you know, and we were able to help people out and it got funded by the state, you know, and hopefully that'll happen. But if they would raise that up to a legitimate thing of 100,000, you know, that's still, I mean, that's getting to be an average wage per couple for if you're not on fixed income. If we could get that, they could qualify. I think that would be a good start for the county commissioners to push those two programs this year. The homeowner's exemption and the tax refund place for our people, or we're not going to have anybody to be able to work around here, you know? And I'm not saying lowering, even with limits, I'm not saying that that the landlords are going to give them a break or if they're just going to keep going, you know? We're talking about doing something special for renters, but you know, there's already some kind of federal program out for that. But it's just something for you guys in the future to keep your minds on. So.
Can I ask you about that? When you talk about the homeowner's exemption and trying to do something through the county, what would a time frame like that look like? Would that affect these?
The homeowner's exemption could be done in 2023 because it's already in statutes. So that will, and there's a big push for that. Now, the assessors met with the Revenue Committee, State Board, and the department back in July. And, you know, I thought the assessors, all of a sudden it came out, and I testified on that, but it came out that who do we want to help? We wanted to help the poor people and the fixed income. Well, I want to help everybody. I mean, this was increases to everybody's taxes. My first deputy's tax went up $800. You know, I mean, yeah, there's a lot more people involved. And the basic thing is, I just told you in 2020 and previously, our taxes went up 1 to 5% a year. We didn't have that statewide since 1996. The average increase on residential houses were 6.9%. So 6.9% is what we've been living on this forever. Why should we hurt our people now that everybody out of staters started it, but now it's not out of state anymore. Now this is the way the market is. Will it go down? I don't know. It's not going down yet. You know, I've heard that it might be slowing down, but I haven't seen that yet, but I will be looking into it hard. You know, with that, I take any other questions you got.
Madam Chair, I'm still almost new about, you
You got Basin and Level in there in Bighorn County.
Yeah, we share values with them, Scott.
You share value.
Yeah, because we have some of that district is in Park County, some is in Bighorn County.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's all to it. We put the mill levy, you figure out the mill levy on, well, like their cemetery district. You add them both up and that's how you fill out, and that's how you adjust the mill levy. And then you take that mill levy against just that, the Park County value, not the Bighorn value. That's why it comes up for that. So we get to collect on that. The rest of them are school districts and they get our value. And a lot of that's oil and gas value over by the Franny area and those kind of districts, you know, they get a lot of that money too, because they reach over.
So that's why, Madam Chair, that's why the budget request is different from their authorized budget.
Yes,
Under theirs.
that's correct.
And they're not always exactly, but you just round it up or got them.
You always have to get what they've asked for.
Within.
You can't be under it.
Within a point.
Right, yeah.
Point or whatever.
And nobody else, everybody else, nobody went over their limit. That's your biggest control. That you can't go over that mill levy, but of course we wouldn't let them do that anyways.
Any other questions for Pat at this time?
I'm sure I have something a little off subject because it was brought up, because I have all three here in the room, Barb, Colleen, and Pat. Is there anybody that may want to speak on PILT to defer during the congressional tour?
That would probably be Barb, I would imagine.
What do you want to?
Well, it's what do you want? Do you want to talk to congressional staffers during the tour on the effects of PILT, pro or con, or just because I'm sure they don't understand that, 78% of Park County is public federal land that is not assessed the same as private, and what positive, negative, whatever effects of issues you may have with PILT, things like that. We may have, other counties are working on it too, and Molly, correct me, I think we may have somebody, Washakie County maybe was going to talk on that during the bus tour, but it hadn't been, I know it was brought up and we hadn't been committed.
Because if I can't come up with some good information, pros and cons and stuff, let me see what I can do.
Yeah, the idea of this is just to open a lot of communication and education to this staff that we're bringing here, not to, beat the hell out of them or
Let me see what I can come up
maybe a
with.
little pat on the back if they deserve it, which I haven't found that yet.
I did look into the formula at one time, so I'd have to look at that again. It was on how everybody got paid out and what that was, and I don't know how they came up with it either.
Right.
I did all those spreadsheets.
Okay.
But, to leaning towards the services that we offer for that public land versus the revenue received through PILT, where does that balance? You and just give them the facts and.
Let me see what I can come up with. I'll let you know.
Any other questions related to the mill levy question? There's been a lot of conversations the last couple months about what this does with valuation. I think Pat's explained it pretty well with the boom and bust that Wyoming sees. And just for commissioners' information, one of the pieces of information that received yesterday, we're in the process of doing a couple different SLIB and state grant loan applications. And we know that when we've been down there in the past, we've been kind of hammered on the fact that we don't have a fifth or sixth penny, which is fine. That's what our public wanted. But it makes it difficult for them to approve those grants and loans when we're not taking care of ourselves. Well, I've heard the same thing about this situation with the mills. If we are not at the mills that we can charge for our public, then why should the state give us grant money to assist our public? So it's kind of a catch-22 to think about not doing the full 12 mills, but think about what that could cost us in the long run when we have the projects and the needs of the county that we have right now, which being the lagoons and the HVAC and the things that have to happen. So there's another conversation piece in this. I don't like it, but it's the way they operate.
Yes, Madam Chairman, it is tough. I mean, I was all for lowering the county's mill levy when you had too much money in reserves. Well, you don't have that anymore. You don't have the 6 months or over that you used to have. I mean, you guys are playing low, so it's not a big, compared to 29 million, you got 13 million in there, you don't have 6 months, and I think that's reasonable. That, I would have a hard time lowering the mill levy to the unknown at this time, because as I've told you, we don't know how much the oil and gas is gonna be. Chances are, we just don't know that valuation. That's what the problem is with being on a fixed rate tax system like Wyoming is, instead of a budget rate where when you have those big swings, you can account for it and keep the budgets there, cost people more. But when you're overwhelmed, you can also lower it. But we can't do that. And I don't know if that will ever happen. And there's bad things about budget rates too. People fixing their budget, getting it passed and stuff like that. Don't think it's all perfect. Some people would like to be on a fixed rate. So they have that. It's just really hard when we're boom and bust all the time. And it will happen again. We know that. We just don't know when.
Damn it. You would.
Madam Chair, you're looking for a motion to approve this mill levy?
Well, I'm still thinking, but yeah, that's gonna have to happen at some point. Whichever way we decide to go.
Well, I'll move, we go ahead and approve the mill levy as presented by the county treasurer.
Second.
We moved and seconded to approve the mill levies as presented. Any further discussion?
Excuse me, I said treasurer, assessor.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes anyone? Okay.
Thank you, Pat.
You bet.
Appreciate it. Move to adjourn.
Second.
And motion to adjourn. Any further discussion? We don't need it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Like dropping our bills is not gonna save the average person.
About
$20 a household.
$30 a
Oh, 30,
household
yeah.
is, yeah.
But who gets the biggest break? Those 750